lady! What the fuck? Thank you! Welcome! What the hell? Hi! I don't have rewards yet, other than no ads, but I will be setting some up as soon as I can. I will get you emotes. Stream hasn't even started yet, shaking my head. I am just going to give it a minute for people to arrive. I get to drink my little frozen coke and eat my... Josh! What the hell? Thank you! Welcome, thank you! You guys are so nice to me, this should be illegal. Okay. DGS. Let me put my Spotify plan. How to support my homies? I break the rule. You guys are so poggers. Okay. We are up to case number 4. I know nothing about it, but we have been allowed to stay in Britain, so that's pretty poggers. And we should get a cutscene.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lights, a most extraordinary scene had been set.
Hello, darling!
And under the cover of a light
How
fog,
are you?
the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Wilson and Sholmes, we are narrowly avoiding a lawsuit. Bestie, how you doing? Okay, we are visiting the Lord Chief Justice. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in a palace. I'm corveting along. I keep meaning to be like, oh my god, Cheshire, you're okay. I hope it passes really smoothly for you. You ready to solve crime? I sure hope we are. I was a little nervous after the way case number 3 went, but we'll pog! And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Barrier, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. After that last case, I'm kind of sweating. For real. I'm so nervous. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except... when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. What? I love your little VTuber portrait? Bless! It was so fun to draw, honestly. Setting up things for stream has been so poggers. Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive, and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In our lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh. London is a scary place. They are doing their best. They are just little guys hanging out here. Ah, good morning to you at this early hour. This guy's kind of fucky looking, huh? Yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. The Sato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Ronnie! Criminal. Hi, I love you. Welcome. Thank you. Found us bad yoinkies. Bad place, babe. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Bad, by the way. You guys are so nice to me. Brady snatching number one. Cherry! Hi, how you doing? We are streaming again. I am desperate to play more. I don't wait for Peach Code emotes. Let's go. Hopefully soon. I don't know if this passed inspection yet. What did they call it? I've got one, but I think it's waiting on approval. Let me double check first. It would have been first if Brady subbed when stream started instead of unloading. Fight. Let me look at my little emote approvals. Just get good, be faster. Brutal. Your rewards emotes. It looks like... do that. Yeah, still pending. But we will have one soon, and I will get more as fast as I can. Hopefully we'll do like an emote during stream soon. Anyway. Game. We are talking about accommodation. And learning to be lawyers in England. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Blog, they're gonna let us stay here. Kind of a deal, free blog. Ronnie, you should have seen Barack Von Zeeks in the cutscene at the end of last stream. I think you would like him. Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. Big fan of the cinematic birds. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. We are going in again, boys, with no fucking context on a case. Just instant. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? Celeste, you are the best job I have ever paid for! I feel so honored. How do you get away with that? Gifted subs. I see. Ronnie spending Twitch money! Ronnie and I just dumping our income into Twitch itself as we subscribe to each other. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? Well, it's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Flashback. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fellow, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. He's definitely guilty. Oh. I feel really bad that we got him the not guilty verdict. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo! Well, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGill- What?! Huh?! Magnus McGilded passed away, immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. McGilded is dead? What the fuck? Did he Did he fake his death? Is he for real dead? He was a murderer. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough for talk. Please tell me more about Mr. McGilded's death. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? Return with my fancy badge. Welcome back, Josh. You are so fancy. You are so shiny. After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. They were going to examine the crime scene. Now I have first in 3 channels, I think? That's so poggers! Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. That's right! So he was in it? He did die? No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already, the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. He has passed the fuck away. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? Well, they're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Oh, Mr. McGilded. Okay. British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know, I mean, wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. She is so eloquent, and he is so dummy. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. Well? Criminal! Little bastard man, hi! Welcome! Thank you. And happy almost birthday! And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Kind of brutal. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple! As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. What the fuck does he mean, simple? I'm losing it. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? I'd simp for this man. I mean, he's kind of handsome, but he gives me bad vibes, you know? I don't trust this dude. I'll say it. No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Watching dumb idiot get caught by the auto mod. Yeah, but you like dumb idiot boys though, so... Well, okay. You don't need to come for me with the personal attack, but maybe so. I just think idiots are wonderful. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Okay, new case, new case. I cannot believe I got auto-modded for that. Yeah. I'm not sure what my settings are exactly, but that seems a little fucky. Is this what it feels like to be a pleb Twitch viewer? Hey, do I get VIPs yet? Can I make people VIP? I don't know if I've unlocked that. That's gotta be on my little Twitch somewhere. Sorry. Have to hit chatter goals? Yeah, that makes sense actually. Let me see if I can see what those are. Sorry, this is Baby's first stream as affiliate. We are working things out. Where'd I see that? Insights maybe? How can there be 2 firsts? I believe there's 4 firsts, Alpha. How many VIPs do I get, Twitch? Tensed. That's unnumberable? I think you'll find it's very numbers. Looks like I get some with the Build a Community achievement. Do I have that? Yes! Complete it. I can grant VIP status. stuff these in real quick. I have to search for the names. Yeah, cool, I get 10 VIP slots. Sorry. Getting distracted. I'm so excited by all of the new streaming toys! Okay, so Sutter. Could you perhaps give us more details about the new case you mentioned? It feels so pog to having a sub badge in friend streams. It for real does. Don't tell me. It's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry. It's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? You got a founder and a sword? Are you flexing, Ronnie? Are you pogging flexing? That is to say, no one has died. As yet. Not a murder? Not a murder trial? Thus, can you try and VIP me? I want to see if I can add a diamond. I don't think you can have both, because I wanted both for your channel. I made you a VIP, but yeah, I think you just lost mod powers. Let me re-moderate you. And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. I will take her place if necessary. Can I give you mod, Josh? Is that allowed? I have one mod. I could use some more. Mod D is nuts? Okay, never mind. Banning you. Is that allowed? I don't want to force things on you. Mod land squid. There we go. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So, the trial's tomorrow then. Instead of in 10 minutes, that's so bogus. No one ever mods me? That's bait. That's bait, Will. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. No, I will ban people for stupid things. I believe it. So will I. Mr. Naruhodo. This chat is literally how e-chat's transcribed. Yeah. Enlightened stream, Pog. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh! If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Ugh, here we go again. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours, he said that was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something that you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Osoki. I want to talk about Kazuma. I can't handle talking about Kazuma. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And, well, there's another thing. Oh. Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? Well, he never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Osoki never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. We got a cranky detective? Oh, no, I don't want to examine. I just want to go talk to him, please. Huh? I'm hearing joystick noises, but my joystick is not moving. Okay, we will examine only. All police look angry as fuck all of the time. You're right. Right, and you should say it. Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. Did I look at the shelves and not the detective? And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yeah, a very bad dream. They're not all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland? And what about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? That's a reference to the past case. I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. The detective, please. There we go. Could we trouble you? Trying to farm points? Which one are you after, Ronnie? The head pats? How many are you at now? I don't have a solid grasp on how quickly you gain them. I may need to adjust the points totals. 400? I feel like that's reasonable, right? I don't know, maybe it's too slow. Could we trouble you? What voice am I gonna give this guy? I don't have any voice acting knowledge. This is not my skill. But it's kind of fun. What do you think? Ah! Lovely weather, isn't it? Why is he eating his cone chips like that? All detectives gotta be a little freak. That's how this game works. Keep hands clean. What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English shen eaten out of your hand, you know? But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man. A very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, well, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, And really eats chips. All detectives these days know is be bisexual, eat hot chip, and lie. I love that it respawns after each munch. He got infinite chips! This man was on 2012 Tumblr. I wish I had that bottomless bag of fish and chips. Ugh. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. He's like a cranky chicken. We can squish Celeste soon? Soon! There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? She is too charming. No one can resist. So, Lord Stronghat has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Only Susato has rights. For real. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? No, fuck you, old man. You're so biased to me. Get his ass. What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector Gregson! Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? Hello? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Do know him. Very well, in fact. So we get Herlock Sholmes, but we're allowed Gregson? Is this someone? Did I know who this is? Who is Gregson? I miss Herlock Sholmes so bad. It's unreal. I hate how much I'm craving fish and chips when I just ate. Right? He's in the law, like the Sherlock law? That's pretty poggers. We got Lestrade at the end of last case, and she was cute as fuck. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh look, here she goes explaining it for me. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rants magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful, friendly rivalry. Really? You rivaled the great Mr. Sholmes? But that's incredible! Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of the battle of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all of the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Rumors? Like if he's got a bald spot under his hat? Like if this guy's cracked the code on permanently regenerating chips and fish? Chips and fish and chips! Like I said, they whisper. So I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk like. You guys are so mean to me. Fish and fish! I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. Chish and fit. I could go for some chish and fit. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps the sudden rise to fame does change people. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear. That probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. Family cooks are like Chinese boiled chili fish sometimes and we just call it chish. That's so cute, what the fuck? I want to try chish. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. I struggle with dyslexia too, so I laugh at myself when it happens. Chish and fit, baby! I might cook it sometime if you want to try it. Please, 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 chish in my mouth. Please. That sounds so poggers. I will buy the fish. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it was sorry, I'm still laughing about chish in her mouth. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital unconscious. Chishies and fippies, please. Please, can I get some chishies and fippies? Any chishes? That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? Mod check, you are the mods! The mods are the problem. Here's the chishu! Deranged. Deranged. I solve problems? That's what we're doing here! I keep laughing at chat too much to progress the game. You guys are too funny. I suppose you would have finished whoever it was- what? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? The ranch crumpets sew it. To sew it, to sew it, to sew it. Adventure game is just all problem solving. Yeah! But that is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You then get her now? Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak von Zeeks. The way the music cuts out on his name? No. Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Do not consume the stoats. I want toast. Lord Barak von Zeeks, who Sorry if I'm switching between Zeeks and Zax. I have no idea how this should be pronounced. Can we do polls? We have polls access? How to make poll in Twitch. Huh? Voting and polls, creating polls. Dashboard. What? You guys are so smart. I have the best mods in the world. They just make polls for me. Lord Barak Van Zyx, who we faced in court only yesterday. I was too slow. You got outmodded. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Mine was funnier. Ronnie, what was your poll gonna be? Well, I have enough familiarity, which is a little, in German to know. I hope that the correct option is the one that gets voted, because I will be going wholly with whatever is most popular, and not with what is correct. When Van Zyx called stands for the prosecution. These nuts lol. Right. When Van Zyx stands for the prosecution, they call the accursed his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. Not the last trial. But the last trial was kinda fucky though. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zyx, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Posture check! I am actually sitting upright, like a normal human being. Everybody straighten up. Ha! And what of it? Oh, well, I think... That means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. You guys 50-50'd? Sorry to cause problems on purpose. I see. It's like when people use multiple pronouns, you know? She, they. You use one sometimes and one the rest of the time. I didn't even get to vote on my own poll because it fucked off. Misery. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Is he implying that... Okay, we'll call him Zooks. That Barak Van Zyx killed him? Magnus McGilda came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? The mods are fighting! What? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zyx could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. Zeeks Van Zyx starring in Mary Poppins. How to pronounce the Zax. Zeeks. A Dutch surname? A random poll on Reddit says Zeeks. Oh, it's on the Ace Attorney Reddit. Okay. We will say Zeeks. Look, if Van Zyx could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. Random Ace Attorney Reddit's plug. Exactly. My biggest... When I was young, the only person whose name is spelled M-A-Y-A I've ever known was a Maya. But there's a Maya in Ace Attorney and everybody calls her Maya. So I've been like consciously correcting my pronunciation to Maya, but it is so unintuitive to me. Yora! Yura. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Gura! Gura gura. Right, well, I've filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations though. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cell, you can meet the criminal himself. Very nearly out of chips, my ass. He's a liar. This guy's trying to hide the secret of infinite chips from us. You've branded him a criminal already. He's as good as, shaken like a leaf in his cell he is. It'll give you a chuckle, if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. Okay, progress. We might make it out of this room during this stream. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. There's something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo. Tell the truth. When I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... I'm dipped now. No more give Josh aneurysms. Have fun, love you. Bye, Ronnie! Thank you for hanging out. Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm not really sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? She's so cute! After all, I am your judicial assistant. Howdy! Hi, Ruby! How are you? Wait, let me... How you doing? We are pogging. We have not made it out of the first room. I keep getting distracted by chat. Thank you. So then, shall we... Yes! Let's go! She is so cute! Diamond Ruby Pog! Okay, let's go to... Do you guys want to go to Briar Road or the prison first? Crime scene versus client. Yeah, we're being distracting by shit-talking each other mostly, and it's very entertaining. Who said the stream is supposed to entertain? All of the entertainment comes from watching chat go wah 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 wah. Crime? Pog. Okay, Briar Road it is. What do you see in the prison? In the prison we will meet our client. Who did the killing here? You've come just in time, Ruby. We have not gained any information that you would need otherwise. This is where we're about to gain knowledge. Yeah, crime is good. Can someone screenshot that? No, Celeste, that what I want to do, crime? Okay. I suppose you will be my next witness who I pin the murder on. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. Ige do crime. No, we're friends. You're on my side. Okay, so I do the crime with you? We could do a little crime together as a treat. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes? They're often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. You're a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Hehe, of course! I have to try one on one day. She's so cute, I love her. Well, I hope your Hattie dream comes true. I don't see Inspector Gregson anywhere. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Why should we sneak? I don't want to upset one of those bobbies and be battered on the head by one of those metal helmets. My skull would crack in two, I'm sure. Oh no, an English bobby would never do such a thing. This is the land of gentlemen, you know? Almost made it through without laughing. Almost got it out straight. Gentlemen. Uh-huh. Let's have a look-see. I've forgotten how to pan the camera. Let me put my little guy... No, we'll leave her there for now. We got broken bike. Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness! Do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. Are we getting real Oscar right now? How many rivers has this boy fallen into? We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Cute. Now I want to draw that. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yeah, you're right. Cheap, but ideally within reasonable level floors. Okay, what else we got to look at here? Look at this side of the house? Oh, look at the windows of that building there. We just faced bricks. Are you sure they're windows? Yeah, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Ah! Anonymous gifter? Thank you so much! Ruby, say thank you! Cute, what the hell? I promise I will get emotes available as soon as I can. Thank you so much! There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed all in black. I worry coachmen might not see you, and you could be flattened by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Short King! Lady in the background? I want to look at the crime scene. What are these guys looking at? We got fence. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here? Ah! Oh, we, just investigating the- Conspiring with that moustache fella from Japan, are ya? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an hiding. Go on. He shoot us away like rats. Never meet your heroes. Yeah, we should give him a wide berth, I think. Inosuke is 5'6"? Beloved. I didn't realize he was so small. What the fuck? That's so cute. What a disappointing experience. Can we look at the snowman? Hehe, what a delightful snowman. 169 centimeters, nice. Nice. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf, look! You'd need one if you were out in the freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment, too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. The person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know. You're right. Anyway. He's actually 168, 1 centimeter too short of nice. That is so sad. Can we get an F in chat for Ryu and his cringe height? Thank you. Even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? Well, it's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. Unlike me, who's actually 169. Confirmed Poggins height! Hell yeah! But that would mean being arrested in order to ride in it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone! I wasn't serious! He's so cute. I feel like if we go... There's probably a few more things we can look at here, but if we go visit the prison, the guards might get out of our way. So let's go meet our client. I am excited to see who this character is. 19th February? Oh, 9? I thought we were supposed to be cell 53. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. She's so cute. Her little teary-eyed sprite. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. It's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Oh, inmate 53, not cell 50. Okay, okay. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I? Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Who is this? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Interesting. Professor looking guy. Hoopstuff indeed. Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. Right. So, could I ask you who exactly— There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it, you're a ghost! A ghost? We mean you no harm, prisoner son. Sorry, that term of address got me. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams! Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in fretful fix in a foreign land! So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment! Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Some of the phrasing in this game feels bizarre. I keep getting, like, caught off guard by the racism from the British prosecutors, and then remembering that it's intentional, you know? What compassion I felt the countrymen show! To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student! Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, yes, I can. I will. Shall it say sullen and silent? I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. I love this guy. He's bizarre, but I want to do my absolute best for him, you know? Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government, notably notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. I like how frazzled his eyes look. Soseki Natsume-san? What an unusual name. Is this? I don't see the pun yet, but soon. I'm sure it will become apparent. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this? It's beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. Just because the government tells you to do something, does that mean you can do it? What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes! So I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder! Murder? Oh! No, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes! Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? His expressiveness really carries hard. He is so disgraced poet. I am living a little bit. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible! I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Larry who? It's all about Soseki. I miss Larry so bad. I definitely want to dive back into the original trilogy once I finish both the Great Ace Attorney games. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps? Round. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran, as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. So he's an incel, huh? A young woman, unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one. Great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susaru-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san has told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ugh! What did you just say? Nothing! I didn't say anything! Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? Well, he didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh, yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. of all the bad luck. A cursed great detective? Could it be? Could it be, chat? Please, please, please. I shall never forget that man's face, that man's name, as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Rash, big-headed busybody, be gone! Blood! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Airlock Airlock Sholmes. I love him, I love him, I love him, I love him. I knew it! Mr. Sholmes? Please, please, please let me work with him on this case. Airlock Sholmes. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. "This is the police, put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. I can picture it. I love him. That Airlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. I hope it was something similar to his conclusion that Ryu is, what was it? A traveling revolutionary assassin from Afghanistan working on behalf of Russia? Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you are. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flimflammery! Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? It's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband! That's the mark of defense lawyer from our great empire! It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness! Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gal to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've travelled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me, in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Oh, Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes, yes! Thank you! I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. We sure do. Can we get any more? No, no more information from him. I want to show him my little armband. Yes! Yes! The symbol of one of our great empire's first-rate lawyers! Which means, of course, you'll stand by my side, you'll defend me! Oh. No, sorry, that wasn't why I was showing it to you. Then why else would you show me that? Oops. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea. It's my favourite little Easter egg. Really a whole set of precious characters? Yeah! I miss Kazuma so much, it's insane. It's unreal. I hope we get to see Sherlock again though. Sherlock? Sherlock. Infinite chip. What's the Japanese- I don't remember what voice I was doing for him. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson! Yeah, I need to present the badge to everyone. Rite of passage for Ace Attorney. This isn't on the tourist trail, but I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the Holden cells then? What'd you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The blue's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. What, he just eats the heart of the cup like that and puts them in his pocket? Yeah, and they regenerate infinitely. He'd be munching. Ugh, the stone cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Is he still on his infinite ships bullshit? I believe so. You need to know this man's secrets. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard? It's the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part. Seeing that policeman there with his helmet on, you certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? So sophisticated they replicated it in Wizard 101. He's got chips magic. Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell ya. Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the labourers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yup. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my! And I would suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside. But yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened at around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago. Just there, on that bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's yard policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered into the court record. I would like to look at it. Anyway. As far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming to not have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Who were these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a Bobby. Catch them banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So, that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. Got no intention of letting us meet the men beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yeah, so the non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing. Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The colour is drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was a result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle. Ah! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. Well, I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case! Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Just admit you've been outclassed to bios, you fool. Josh, I'm so excited for you to meet Sherlock, like, properly. I really hope he shows up in this case. Ever seen this before? Oh yes, that's Grant's magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories, and the so-called Great Detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. I want to see him. I think you'll really like him. He's excellent. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the Great Detective and the police have a complex relationship. That is the most anti-physics wedges I've ever seen. I think they're cardboard and he's pretending to eat them. That's my theory on this. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt will touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey. Sorry, wrong voice. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. From a video game standpoint, it's just one animation recycled. This isn't a video game, what are you talking about? We are watching real life right now. It is all a bit strange though. Sorry? The Reaper? He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. I'm sure he's got some fuckery up his sleeves. I think he's got some fuckery and a fair bit of chips. This is clearly real history. Yeah, this is how the courts were formed. The only person he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals. The violent ones. The master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims. Only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself, at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. Exciting! The Naruhodo family tree is real, so is the love between Ryoichi and Mitsurugi. For fucking real! I don't think we're gonna get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Please be Mr. Sholmes, please, please, please. Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes, you can't wait, can you? Is Reaper Man just the Miles of this game? Yes. He is absolutely just the Miles of this game, except I think with a little less romantic tension. And, like, I don't know, I think the parallels are really good because Miles is also considered the... what do they call him? The Demon Prosecutor. We've got the Demon Prosecutor and we've got the Reaper of the Bailey. That's so fun. Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. I feel like I am kidding her right now. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even. It's Baker Street! How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. Van Zeeks gives me heart palpitations, also doesn't help his Japan voice, it's Suraka? I don't know that one, but that sounds cool as hell. Is that I'm just as excited as you, right? She is all of us. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! So, we're to have a reunion already with the great detective Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I want to have a look at the crime scene before— oh no, there's still people here. Okay, never mind. Let's show him the armband and then we can go find Sherlock. Herlock, Jesus. Present. Inspector Gregson, could I show you this? Am I supposed to know what that is? I've never seen that insignia before. It's worn by defense lawyers in the Empire of Japan. As a symbol of their profession. In other words, it's a worthless trinket here in Great Britain. Oh no, it's very important to me. It shows my spirit. An English gentleman keeps things like his spirit very much to himself, I'll have you know. Oh. Don't give up, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too late. He's crushed my spirit already. Someone paid the deck. Who else do they voice? Welcome back, Ronnie. I'm excited to see that you've been summoned. Summoned just in time to see Sholmes. Hog. Nanami? Oh my god. Nanamin. Fucking beloved.
Thank you very much.
I'm
Stop there overlooking the street.
Okay.
Good day.
Oh, we got Brits going here. Lamambo.
This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Lambo, I hate that little child. Mods, fight, 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 fight! He's got little window box planters. Big fan of the knife in the wall. The court jester shoes. Everything about this room is so on par. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is this just one of those Murgrave Manor levels? But the item. Is it as described in the stories, Mr. Sato? Mr. Sato-san? Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it! The romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's obsessed. You and me both, baby. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me? Is anybody home? Oh, we have a visitor. Iris! Hello. Is it a big new case for Mr. Shultz? Hello? Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Shultz to take on his case. The King of Bowaria? I adore that Ryunosuke just carries a katana everywhere and everyone is just okay with it. Not only does he carry a katana everywhere, he carries his dead best friend's katana everywhere. Dwell on that for a minute. I got distracted by Sudaken, but I just dipped in to do this. Head pats! Thank you, Runny. I am enjoying my little head pats. What? Emotional support katana? I don't know if you remember the art that I was working on yesterday, the guy with the, like, red headband? That's Kazuma Osoki. He was supposed to be the lawyer who came to England. Ryu got accused of murder. Kazuma, his best friend, defended him from being accused of murder. And then they got on a ship to go to England together so that Kazuma could study law. And then Ryu wakes up and Herlock Sholmes is accusing him of murdering Kazuma, and we have to investigate his dead body. So now we carry Kazuma's armband and Kazuma's katana, which is just fucking miserable, and I'm sad and I'm in mourning. King Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. That's so morbid, the poor guy. Yeah, it was really rough. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Back to work. Bye, Ronnie, love you. Please come back if Herlock shows up. I really want you to stare at him for a bit. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Ah! It's you! I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. There you are. I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. That's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McDonald's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my! What a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending differently. It's designed to alleviate fatigue, you see? You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Stretch! I do my little stretches. Everyone else should do their little... Ruby with the hydrate. Yes, babe. Okay. I have done my stretches. I have drank my water. We are pogging. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. I was 10 points away from unlocking stretch to redeem. Brony! Remove the $3 for spam. Get her ass. Did Mr. Shams tell you about us by any chance? Ah, you know Hurley! Hurley? Mr. Shams to you, surely. Mr. Shams was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Shom's suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? Cute! It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Oh no. Important information for everyone who doesn't know the first case. The murder that Ryunosuke was accused of, that Kazuma defended him, was the murder of one John Wilson. As far as I'm aware, Herlock does not know that Wilson is dead, and I assume Iris definitely does not know. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? Wilson is also just straight up Watson in Japan. Yeah. What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Ryunosuke's uptake is a little slow sometimes, God bless. Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Sorry. I am Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Bruno. Got it. Susie? And Bruno? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Susie and Bruno! Yes, and so do I. Interrogation. Let's start with Wilson. Let's get the scary one out of the way. Oh yes! There's something I must ask you. Sussy? Amogus. Of course! Go ahead, Susie. DJ! Hi! Welcome, thank you for following. Look at this queen. Chisato's so cute. I love her. How you doing? It's been forever. I've been trying to make a stream for so long. Finally the time zones align. You were talking about me? What? I hope you were saying nice things. I am a very great fan of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of Rent's magazine! Yes! I read every issue! You were the queen I was talking about, not the character? What the hell? Ah! It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world! My stories? That's right! Ellie is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes! I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckled Band. Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Shum's first thought as well, actually. Yes! And of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... it's a story! Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say... are the stories about Mr. Shums that are published in Rent magazine all written by me? Yes! On my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susato-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old! Well, that's quite incredible. But... Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman! Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Honestly, by this point I forgot John H. Wilson was the victim of the first case. It's living in my mind. I am a little surprised by the way it all ties in now, but we will see where it all goes, I suppose. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I suppose it does, yes. Oh, Susato-san. It looks like our whole world has just fallen apart. She is so cute. I love the little heart shape between her goggles. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey. I guess because I didn't realize Wilson was supposed to be Watson, I didn't retain his name into my memory. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I wasn't sure if Wilson was gonna be Watson. I like caught it, and I was like, is this the stand-in or just like a random name? So then, in the second case on the ship, Herlock mentions that he wants to visit his friend John Wilson, and I was like, oh, it is him. But now the plot is thickening. Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful, thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Oh, at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Ooh. Ah, thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? She is so cute! Gina Lestrade, my beloved! Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny! Yes, she's a professional pickpocket! So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Guess I don't remember my thoughts either very well. I don't remember anything ever. Thoughts hard. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Pearly, of course, silly. Pearly? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea that the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? No thoughts, head empty, hell yeah. I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but... Autobot holding bimbo? Please, let it through. Important word of our vocabulary. Himbo-himbofication, hell yeah! I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? At last this year! Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, not around. Can a 10-year-old be a roommate? Did she emancipate and is responsible for herself now? I suppose we're about to find out. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. About before. Leona! Hi! Welcome, thank you for following. Lovely to have you joining us. Yes? Yes? What's on your mind, Bruno? Do tell me. How did you know? That I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean. Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. They have the pin, is that how she knew? Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Cute! You look so taken aback. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. Is that Pigeon wrong? Yeah, this is, knockoff Phoenix right, Pigeon wrong. Mionosuke Naruhodo! He's Phoenix's great-great-great-great-grandpappy. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Ah! They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see? I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already caused to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he had caught a Japanese man who was balding and trembling. The Japanese man. Oh, that clearly must have been. He said the thing Naruhodo. Mr. Natsume. The sword. Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. I don't think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man, Hurleycurl. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Carly about the case. She's so smart! Sherlock Holmes wishes he was this 10-year-old. He wants to be her so bad it makes him look stupid. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Carly is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. Beloved! Just on a fucking whim, just for the flair. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to discern something of Mr. Sholm's delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? Info! So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes! Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. I am gonna head off. Thank you for streaming. I hope you get to meet Herlock soon. Hi Ruby! Thank you for stopping by. I will see you later. I also hope we get to meet Herlock soon. I miss him. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room, very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear. Ugh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did, he's a great detective! Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. I think it's soon. Pog. Show me the himbo. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? But definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realised the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible! I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold up much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun! Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well... I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Mr. Nuts! Mr. D's Natsume? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody! In that case, give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard has been entered into the court record. Pug! It's so cute. It reads, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Actually, I want to look at our court record. I forgot to look at the map in the end. Okay, cool. So we just know where everything happened. And then we got the cute little message. The handwriting! This is so charming, what the fuck? Soseki nuts! Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then! I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon! We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in my hand. To be continued, we finished part 1. Og. Yes, please save my current progress. What have we got here? It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. Well, let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if we'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? Me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here, at once. Come on, hand it over, that's for me! Ah! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? This man is a noodle, he has no chin. He has no chin, but he has infinite chips, so it all balances out. Law of equivalent exchange. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean... That's right. The Adventure of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time! Yes, yes, of course! I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding moustache Japanese fellow? He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look. The Bendy Building. On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garriter. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Let me in, let me in. Please tell me Herlock's in there. I want to see my stupid man. Here he comes. May I help you? Ah, yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb? Indeed it would, sir. Who may I say is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am... Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here? We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garrideb. Did you see that, Mr. Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I know! As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day just keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? They've got so much sightseeing to do, but they're excited about meeting a maid. I love them. We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you now. This way. Oh, he is shaped, huh? This guy is a whole crescent moon. Quick, check the ankle. Good day to you. John Garrideb at your service. Probably should go a little posher than that, actually. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back. Then I took an arrow to the knee. A few years back in the Battle of Maiwand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really? Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the— Ah! Hello? Dash it, old woman, be careful! Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right? Yes. We would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? quiet? If your maid is as much of a klutz as she just was here normally, there is no quiet. For real! The sun and moon motif is cute. It really is! I didn't catch that she looked like the sun, but I totally see it now. This makes me so happy. This man likes his smoke thingo coffee flavored? Yeah, you gotta put coffee in your pipe. That's what makes sense. Even had some famous detective poking around, you know? In this old house, would you believe? Yes! Mr. Sherlock Holmes! I can't believe we missed him! Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. But I think it's actually tea. Oh, right. England. Yes, yes. It's either better or worse. I think it's better for your health, but probably worse for flavor. I don't think I don't think tea is gonna cover the nicotine as much as the coffee would. Oh, but you have a copy of Friends magazine here, so... Eh? No. Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! The belly nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. Aren't they mainly black tea consumers anyhow? So that'd be caffeine. Caffeine and nicotine. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garada. Please, do tell us. Ah yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week. We moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see, and we're being— Ah! Dash it all, Joan, do be careful! Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh? Why? Joan's about to be fired if she ain't careful. This seems like a running theme with the two of them, you know? She's made it this far. He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaken and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. That feels when the discrimination is real. Yeah. Yeah, they really are not shying away from it, which I think is probably a good thing. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes! Oh, indeed there was! And she's dying to tell us. Shakes my switch, I wanna go visit Herlock. Have you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes! That man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And that funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Rude. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routines? Oh! I had understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example? Even the times they go to bed? Get this! You call them out for snooping. Good grief, Joan! Be more careful, woman. Peepers, yes! They do not be minding their own business. Oh my goodness, sir! I'm terribly sorry, sir! Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window? Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. I told you he was Count Olaf, Celeste, creepy fuck. For real. Yeah, not a fan of these two. Well, I am a fan of these two, but I also think they're bad people, you know? Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. Would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well. Yes? Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but at around that sort of time— For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing! Oh, dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I can remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well. As I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing— Ah! Don't touch it, or what is the matter with you, woman? Dodgy, dodgy, dodgy indeed. Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes. Right. Nothing happened. We sat down for a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garadeb. This is so shady. What is the matter with these two? Ayashi. Sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident. But what? Is Joan out here keeping that guy from saying things by messing up his tea? What does he know? Right? What the hell? Welcome! Madam Lottie, hi! Thank you so much for following. I wish I knew. AoE Satani looks fire! It is so bogus! Having the best time playing through this, to be honest. There's an Amogus among us? Is there a vent in here? Everything seems kind of sus. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly! Just below us on the first floor. And Mr. Shams is investigating that even as we speak? Please, 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 please? Yes. Told me Nats, his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him a key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Shams' services. That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes. And while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Shams again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. The quiet literality in this game. It sure do be everywhere. I feel like I should investigate, look for clues, but I really just want to race right downstairs and find Sherlock. Sherlock. Please, please, please. I want to see him. Kitty! Why is that sword not in its place completely? Sussy? Everything is so sussy here, it's unreal. Those two were so suspicious. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. Yeah, and the bricked up window. This is in February, Superior Month. Hell yeah! I should have waited like 2 weeks before playing it. Play it on the date. Calico cat, it's so cute. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. Please tell me there's a man hiding behind these books. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? Please, please, please! Stretch! I am doing my little stretches. Thank you, sweaty. Oh. Queens are so good for keeping myself, like, alive. No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garadeb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. The impatience for investigating to turn the camera is real. For real, let me look to the side! Examine. Look around. Huh? Where's my man? Is he hiding in the shadows here? Is he hiding under the books? Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the books that's at the bottom of the pile will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. F's in the chat for no Sherlock hiding? For real, where is my man? I go from location to location. I expect to see him at his apartment. I expect him to see him at this apartment. I expect to see him in this room. Where is my boy? Help. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although, all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Mr. Natsume painted the brick design in on a fit of whimsy. Ugh, that's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Because London housing in the 1800s was poor? It do be like that. Australia housing in the 2020s is poor. It just walked away. Okay. Hi! What an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. Well, I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolour Mickey, wasn't it? Mike? Mikey? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Okay, it was Japanese. Mickey. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. If anything, it'll get explained. I am sure it will. Complete faith. This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here too. Ah, I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems there is piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So, if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold? That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. Brr, London is a scary place. Whose bag's this? Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them, in English. It looks like the wastepaper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Oh look! It's a beckoning cat from home! It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that maneki neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous travelling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. This room is almost as messy as mine. Damn bitch, he lives like this. Mood. I wish I had this many books. This is poggers. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? Did get accused of murder. Alright, if you haven't checked them out yet, each chapter has a little gag of a side story that you can watch in the extras or something like that. That's so cool, what the hell? I had no idea. I will have a look. We can check after we finish this. Zach? Oh my god, sorry, all of my words. Welcome! Thank you for following, hi! Lovely for you to join us. You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Close enough. Good morning, hi! It is 11:10 p.m. Good morning to you. Got anything else we can look at in here? Ah, the desk. That would be important, wouldn't it? That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, Australian? What, is it like Sunday for you guys? It is nearly Sunday. It is Saturday night, so it will be Sunday in 50 minutes. But yes, Australian. We are pogging. Naruhodo doesn't just wear his heart, Azuma, on his sleeve, but also his heart. An hour too early for Sunday, but we're pretty close. Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it, look. And the date of purchase, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some more books. Second-hand book receipt has been entered into the court record. Progress. Oh! He's here! Alert, alert, alert! Look, Mr. Naruhodo! Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? Aren't you lot fancy? I'm stuck at 10:41, not Sunday for even longer. Only half an hour. You'll be here soon. You're not that far behind. Amazing. Over here I've barely started my Saturday and you're almost on Sunday. I will try not to give you any spoilers from the future. Who this? The himbo has arrived? Himbo, I am intrigued. I am so excited for you guys to meet this man. My fucking beloved. 8:12 in Western Australia? I always forget how steep the time zone divide is. He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Shams. Oh fuck, I'm gonna have to give him a voice. Ah, you too. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Shams, we were together on the SS Barrier. Celeste has hyped this man up for hours. I hope he doesn't disappoint. He's so fucking stupid, but also smart, but mostly stupid. Yes, of course, the barrier! And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died tragically. But you were a great help to us. You know, after you accused me of murdering my best friend and tried to get me imprisoned and a bunch of other stuff. Yes, but of course! The case with Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh! I hate it when that happens to me. Would you believe Ryunosuke has been accused of murder twice now? Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue! I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Try it the other way around, Mr. Shams. I lose the first round! His little laughing animation. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. Oh no, he's an idiot! He is such a... Oh no, he's hot! Oh no, he's stupid! I love him so much. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. I love the voice you've given him, bless. Thank you. I do not have any kind of repertoire here, so we are doing our fucking best. He gives me the vibes of a character dumb as fuck, but as soon as he's working, he's got everything done perfectly. When we first met him, someone in chat said that he is like, head so full that he can't fish a coherent thought out of it, so he ends up being the equivalent of head empty, which I think is, like, delicious. Oh no, he's tall, hot, and stupid! The holy trifecta of irresistibility! Fucking beloved. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time? Or like socially inept or worked to be honest. Yeah. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Also, his design is cool as fuck. It sure is. He has this gun that I presume Iris must have made him, that shoots, like, crime scene investigation stuff, like forensics. It's really cool. For, like, finding fingerprints and stuff. Brain too fast and full for its own good? Yeah! Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know? From an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Like a powder gun for dusting for prints? Yeah, except picture that it's got, like, 4 chambers, and you can spin it to choose if you're gonna be, like, dusting for prints or setting some kind of blacklight. It was super cool. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, I love you. I'm in love with you. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. to a steampunky, bulky-ass crime revolver. Yes! It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Oh, hydrate! Hang on, let me chug some water. Okay, let me chug some more water. I'm joking on it. It's actually so important for these streams. I'm learning to test my vocal cord stamina. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? Wouldn't want to get too thirsty around Sholmes? Well, I don't know if I can help it. I can't believe he was looking Sato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I like his helmet? Yeah. My roommate's cat has learned to meow in the other room to get me to come to see if she's okay, then she falls into my room and steals my chair, so it's time to get me desk now. At least that means your posture's really good. That feel when you choke on water and have to drink more water to relieve it? The betrayal of it all, honestly. It's like you're supposed to stop me from choking. How could you do this to me? I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. Look at his eyes, he's so empty. For real! It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Huh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. When speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there was a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. Ah! Oh my god! Queen? Hello? What the fuck? Thank you so much! Oh my god! Thank you so much! That's so kind! Oh, thank you! Oh my god, I really appreciate it! You're so lovely. Oh. Okay. Refocusing. Queen, you're a queen, for real! So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No! Oh dear. Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadab, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in their Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing. Sorry. Okay, so she's not really a maid. She's just there so that he looks more fancy. Which explains why she's spilling tea all over him. But Simply, my dear fellow. Those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garrida. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. Yes, Sassy! This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man who's let us to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Shams. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Huh? Window tax? What is that? Oh! Josh? You guys are throwing around subs tonight, what the hell? Thank you for the gift sub! Everybody is so nice to me all the time. Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited sizable and costly family homes perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. Well deserved. Thank you. Although you do give off aloof flower princess vibes more than queen vibes, but queen is the same, so... Thank you. I think I am too childish to be a queen. Well, the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. I don't disagree with that. I think this is going to be very important soon. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Shams. Ah yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Mr. Shams, that is a problem. For real. Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. Well, the thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? This hits so hard. I don't know, I feel like this was really effective, the way that everything's been delivered so far. I fully put my faith in McGilded as being innocent, because that's how the game works. You believe that they're innocent and then you prove it. So then when things went so far downhill, I don't know, I was really thrown. Yes. Trust. Being big brain? We are being so small brain right now. We are being big brain but nothing in it. I am staring lovingly at Mr. Sholmes, and I am thinking no thoughts. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I have the first idea! But I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Yes, that was indeed my initial intention. You are thinking thoughts, Sholmes thoughts? I am thinking very intently about Sholmes. You are right. But there are simply truly fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garadeb is... Mr. Sholmes said as much before actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. Oh no, look at us. The landlord is so sus, honestly. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. To be fair, he wasn't trying to hide it. That's true. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Okay. Probably looked at everything in here. I would love to keep talking to him, but I just really don't think we're gonna get anything out of it. Let's... I didn't have a look around up here, so I'd like to go back and have some quick examine- Oh! Things have changed, Pog. Well, no check marks, I might as well try it. That's true, maybe we'll go back. Ah, you pair again. The stupid stirring. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good, sure. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me— Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're ballywell doing? I should be serving dinner shortly, sir. Yes, of course. Karma. Rightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. Okay. So they're probably faking money by pretending to have a maid. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Why don't we? Let's have a little look around. They've got a whole ass cannon in here. That's a full-size cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? That's little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. You know, my toy cannon. My life-size toy functional cannon. Oh, it's a fancy clothes hanger. Exactly. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garadab? Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see? You drive very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. One to the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. This is all like military stuff. I want to look at something interesting. What's this? Look at that enormous screen! It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yeah, it suddenly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. Why is he there? I didn't even notice at first. Keep that man away from the window, oh my god. I love him. We found him upside down once. He loves to show up in the weirdest places. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Okay, let me at him. Let me at him! What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows! Good gracious! When did you sneak in here? Celeste IRL grabby hands at Sholmes right now. A little bit! Let me at him! Oh, look, Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Whoa. Keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? He's just standing there being dumb and gay, don't worry about it. That's all he ever does. I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Please, 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 please? Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Time to deduce things! I'm so excited. Mr. Garadab, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. Hmm? I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your path. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. We're in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning. I am the king of beasts. Ah! And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular! There's also blood or something underneath the separator. Unless that's just a shaggy rug. Yeah, I can't quite tell either. Okay, topic 1. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these 4 walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. The fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts. Sholmes, you big dumb idiot, it'll just be a cat? Yeah, we'll set him straight, don't worry. But protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb. At Betty's Circus, a travelling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Conclusion? A rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garadeb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress the losses caused you is veritably tangible. With your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I'd simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. The cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last, unimaginable act. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman? If they have no bread, let them eat cake. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Conclusion. Carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. Nothing wrong with this. Certainly he's got it all right. No issues here. Concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Sholmes, are you okay? He is not okay? He is dumb as shit. I love him so What is the matter with you, Drone? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Rattle Sholmes' head. Hello? Is anyone home? Are you in there? Absolutely no one is home. Don't worry about it. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrideb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. No one is home, there's only home. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? His head makes an empty tinkling sound. You shake him and you hear silence because there is not even a speck of dust in there to rattle around. Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. The lights are on, but no one is home. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. It only makes a tinkling sound because of something he stuck in his ear once. You're right, you're right. My dear Mr. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it! Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! Alright, let's fix this up, boys. Take it from the top. Get rid of the lion. Topic 1, Nature of the Beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these 4 walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, you're a man with military breeding. Your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadab, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. No. I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garadab's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yes, something with a very fierce nature.
But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India.
So what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Garadab's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Let's have a little look here. I would like to examine this. What's this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Garadab's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride. That would be because it's Joan, isn't it?
No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Okay. A cannonball. Photos and stuff. Let's have a look at this mortar shell. These are shells for the cannon, are they? What a strange place to keep them.
I imagine they have some significance to Mr. Garadab.
Are his theories always like this? Yeah. Sherlock is very good at gathering all of the evidence and coming to completely the wrong conclusion. Which is where we step in. We come in and we fix all of his little theories.
Ah, of course! He mentioned a battle to us before, didn't he?
Not an ace attorney without exhausting every dialogue? Exactly.
You remember? He said he'd been shot in the knee. Perhaps it was one of these that hit him.
If it were on that size that hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of it. Or Mr. Garadab, for that matter. Mr. Sholmes has a Persian slipper, and this man has spent shells. Perhaps it's customary in Britain to display, well, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Okay, what else we do? There are more things I can look at. In the curtain? Hello? I really thought it would be in one of the photographs, but it's not. Is there anything hiding behind my head right now? Doesn't seem like it. We got plates, we got mortar shells, we got photos, we got military stuff. Okay, let's have a look at the lion statue. Well, this is the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked out.
Yes, I wonder... Perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion.
I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet.
I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it?
Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. Okay. Not the lion statue. Not the photograph frame. I am beginning to feel a little dumb, to be completely level with you. We got the mortar shells, we got the photo, we got the lion. I cannot seem to look at anything else. So I guess there's no way they find a cannon in here. But the photo doesn't seem right either. Can you move the camera up and down or just side to side? Just side to side. There's no like... Yeah, I'm trying to turn it vertically right now, but it's not doing anything. Just scan the little room. Definitely looked over here. Why are the paintings all falling? Well, something was like torn this room up, right? Something happened here. And it's our job to say what? But I don't have an answer right now. Maybe we just risk presenting the wrong thing. It's probably not the photo frame. Okay. So. Was it like this last time we were here? We did let a cat out of that other room. It was like this earlier, yes. Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these walls. What form might the beast take? And it's over here. I wonder if Joan fucked shit up. I feel like that's more likely than the mortar, right? Like the cannon wouldn't do this to the room. Although, the scuffing on the ground there could be kind of cannon shellish. You're more likely to describe Joan as a beast than the mortar shells, right? What do you guys think? I feel like I'm missing something crucial. I mean, it very well could be Joan. We've got a 50-50 shot, right? That crack on the photo is awfully specific. I figured they cracked it to hide that she is his wife and not his maid. I keep thinking about that spot on the ground though. It sort of does look like a cannon explosion, except surely that would go through the ground. Just her face. Huh. You just wouldn't describe a mortar as a beast, you know? A fearsome beast has been okay. But let's take a wild guess. What's the worst that can happen?
Take that!
Behind the lion statue on the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, and I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see? What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Just following the natural progression of the deduction, sometimes the truth hurts. There was more you could examine close up to the photo, was there? Well, the truth is, you do not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes. A lot. That was fun dialogue. I'm glad we got it. That was worth the strike. Well, what do we know? What we do know with some certainty is that a destructive creature has been at work in this room. I backed that before checking. Did I? Let me have another look. Yes, if we investigate thoroughly enough, we ought to find the answer. What did Mr. Garrideb turn to look at? It's here somewhere. We simply need to find it. Okay, let's look a little closer. Okay. We've been through this dialogue before. I see! I straight up did not notice. Thank you so much. Okay. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look! Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. This must have been when Mr. Garrideb was still in the army. He seems to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly and beaming a smile at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hard to imagine now. He's as thin as a rake. Newlywed bride, Mr. Garrideb. I'd like to take a closer look at the ring, but that's okay. I don't have a lot in here either, but there must be something. Well, I guess we present bread specifically. Follow that same thought process. Maybe we get another strike. Very well.
Take that!
Yeah, here we go. The true nature of the beast that has run rampage here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrideb. And while we will lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. I'm like a lion, am I right? Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Wow, he's so cool. I love these guys. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrideb. Ah! The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrideb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder why Mr. Garrideb's wife could be. Come on, guys! What reveals Miss Garrideb's current whereabouts? That would be her face. We don't have... Oh, there we go. I'd like to... Yeah! This is what I'm looking for.
Take that!
Correction. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does! That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. Or it is identical to the one shown in the hand of Mr. Garrideb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary housemaid. He's such a himbo, I fucking love him. Yes! No. You are Mr. Garrideb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my god! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this was the wife, yes. My Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a belly cork about— Get his ass. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you were in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Okay, now the cheese filling is justified as fuck. Let herself go? Yeah, get his ass! It's not right, I tell you. I was 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. Man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely! Am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. Topic 1. Conclusion. The raging wife of Mr. Garadeb, not a rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garadeb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Why is he stirring his tea with his pipe? That shit nasty? Because he's a clown buddy? Yeah. Indeed, in that black pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Not quite. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garadeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garadeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Let's have a little look-see. Now, ain't that interesting?
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. His cane or that? Yeah. I glimpsed it earlier, so I knew what to look for. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garadeb. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. He's sweating. We're on to him. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. I wish my cheeks were slapped. I mean, what? To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves, what caused Madame Garadeb to fly into a rage? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garadeb's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. I would like to have a little look-sees of this. Please, please, please. Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garadeb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. The lipstick, right? Oh my god! The tea! Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Bookmarks! Made with lipstick! Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Sato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Roomstaviz Jameths? I would also like to know, is that Garadeb's first name? James Garrett. Let's see if there's a name on these bills. Looking at all these bills, it certainly amounts to a great deal of food. Meat and potatoes by the cartload, wasn't it? Well, looking at the two of them, you can tell immediately who eats the lion's share in this household.
Well, at least we're no longer talking about an actual lion anymore.
Okay, I was really hoping it would be like, bills addressed to James Garrideb. Suppose we can just go ahead and present the love note then.
Take that!
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Garrideb's name's John. Is John one of those nicknames for James? You know how the Brits will be like, yeah, this is Timothy, we call him John. This is Robert, his name is Bob.
Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary.
Passionate indeed.
Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here.
But I don't know the Bally Woman! You don't know her? But John and James are two separate Hebrew names? You are right. You are completely right. So who is James? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been. Oh! All of the tea pouring makes so much more sense.
A likely story.
Now listen here, Joan old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must have already been there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark. That's right. That's what I meant.
A likely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. Yeah. It sure do be a likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Oh. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. What's her first name? What if she never sent it to James? Ugh. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Looks more like a candle just fell and accidentally lit it on fire.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Or perhaps the candelabra.
But surely Miss Garrideb didn't eat the carpet.
No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper.
No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Chom's seduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Miss Garrideb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer.
Alright, let's see what we can see.
Yes!
Yeah, okay. Can we see the floor? No. But it looked like there was a fallen candle there, so I'm just gonna have a look at this, see if we can get closer to the missing one.
This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it?
The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Sure does!
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing.
Yes, I didn't notice that before.
Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the three missing from its holder? Bug.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Miss Garradeb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. There really is something so satisfying about the dual great deductions. For real! And all of the little animations when they like spin around each other, it makes me so happy. It was the maid in the lounge room with the candlestick? Yeah! Yes, But the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. Woo! I love them! After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. I also just love seeing Sholmes get ribbed and Ryunosuke being the straight man. Right? I love how they play off each other. Mr. Sholmes, sir, I still love you! That was a good fall. Conclusion. Carpet scorched by a small fire, rather than a starving lion. Deduction complete! Elementary. We're pogging! Big brain, hell yeah! It's these dash-long winter nights, you know? Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material? Geek Pockets. Hey Celeste, Sholmes art when? Sholmes art as soon as I finish the games. Like, for real. The fucking moment I have free time, I am sitting down and I am drawing him, and I'm not sure if I'm ever going to stop drawing him. Literally, he is meeting all of my standards, you know? Which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt. Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know? Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. I've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garradeb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Look at that. One of my favourite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is I lost my favourite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Yeah, it's your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. Sundere, old British man who forces his wife to pretend to be a maid and stirs his coffee with his pipe. His tea! It's tea! Oh my god. It could only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. Poggers? We got some crucial information, guys. That's when the crime was.
Though at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Crucial information after an hour of fucking around with Sholmes. Time well spent. I feel like we are taking significantly longer than normal to get to the actual trial. But, you know, the Sholmes is here, so you can't complain. Pogging.
Oh, really?
Hashtag just Sholmes things. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you?
Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garadeb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? Well, my dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. No, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Never mind. But all things fall into one of only two categories. There is relevant to the case, and there's not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. He's so stupid. He's great. I love him. Unlike a brick window. Yeah. Sholmes, there is nothing in your little brain. But there is so much love in my heart for you. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think. Him brain small, but my love big. Yeah! Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. Okay. Let's go head over to the prison.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's hail a carrot. Oh.
What's the matter?
It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garadeb's house. Hello? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking nimity-pimity? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fellow, eh? What are you on about?
Excuse me.
Eh? What the? Who are you now?
Well, I'm sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see?
Eh? A lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Fine. I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet! He looks like a banana. He looks like a fruit. Get thee to a nunnery. I'd look like a bloomin' nun to you. I bite my thumb at you, sir. What the fuck is going on?
I do hope you're not injured.
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you! What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the enquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here, in the Garadeb residence?
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right! Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Of course, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words, ne'er there could there be. Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least.
So, fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well!
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garadeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I am so touched! Is he adjusting his mustache? I believe so, yeah. I think that... It doesn't quite read, does it? But I think that's what that version is.
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, no! Think nothing of it. Relax! If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nipponese! Smiling at maybe? Fiddling, for sure. Oh, now, let's not get carried away. I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, it's Sherlock, okay. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable rotten spy! Sherlock Sholmes! This entire case is just Sholmes, isn't it? I sure fucking hope so! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything, per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Kind of brutal. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. How dare you, Sherlock Sholmes! Look at Soseki's trembling is such a mood. Yeah. I like his little eye twitch. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life has been damned! Have some fucking faith, bro.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Moustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed, for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? I'm pretty sure you just have carbon monoxide poisoning back. It sure does seem likely, huh? All that gas pumped directly into his room? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. And no window for venting, exactly. This is really a case of, hallucinations. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words! No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for prosecution. Ever. I would love to stay, but I am passing out. Enjoy the rest of the game and stream. Good night, Josh! Thank you so much for hanging around so long. I hope you sleep well. I'll probably call it once we reach the natural stopping point here, because I'm getting pretty sleepy as well. Yeah, I would figure it's the gas hallucination, but also having no sunlight would also be a mental health problem. It could be both. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over... Shh, don't mention that part. The defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? I am impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is? Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Let's learn about Mr. Barak Van Zieks. Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. His little pleading eyes. I quite like him. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. This song is one of my favorites. It's really good. All of the soundtrack is excellent. I'm really impressed. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. Yeah, they went hard on the music, even more than usually. They sure did. They always give the best one to the prosecutor, right? However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Flying Cold, they are still top of the chart. I actually don't know their names, I'm a fake fan. Which person is that theme associated with? I was about to say that it's nice that they're readily available on Spotify, but I knew it. I'm that Dodo, that's for doomed! Edgeworth, it's his investigations pursuit music. I haven't actually played the investigations games yet. They are next on my list. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadeb's house, I presume. You got her? I've heard they're excellent, and I really want to meet Kay. Did you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times. Most recently to that room on Briar Road, a week ago now.
Yes, why did you choose that?
It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap, I have so little money it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. I'm in the camp that ranks Ace Attorney Investigations 2 among the top of Ace Attorney games. The top until I played these ones, that is. That's so interesting. Yeah, I will definitely have to go play them. And I hear there's a bit of, Gregory, which is exciting. I feel like I played the first game, but I remember nothing. I don't know how much of it I played myself and how much I read on Wiki. Yeah, reading, like, Ace Attorney fic, I forget what I know from the games and what I know from Fanon. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, if you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place. Yes. Well said. But it was true. It was all true.
You mean the room really is cursed then?
Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. And no one finds it in his or her heart to believe in me. Really no one at all. To believe? Yeah, to believe. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me? Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Barrier. If you recall? The barrier. That case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect. But you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me?
I see, yes, you mean. Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying.
Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little.
I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
But what do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. Circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Whether or not I can believe myself?
Beloved reaches out. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
You were so right, Kazuma.
Oh, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guards will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow.
I surely asked him on a date.
I'd be happy to represent you.
Yes! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire? As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? A defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo! And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me, in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. He learned to believe in himself. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Worth getting Susato to represent me. Miss Susato.
Yes?
Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me Your personal judicial assistant.
She is so cute! We're so lucky. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster.
Part 2 completed!
Oh my god! He regained his faith. I'm so proud of him. He's growing up. Believe in yourself. Oh man. Okay. It is 12:43 p.m. I'm pretty sleepy. I think we'll call it here. I think that's a pretty good stopping point. When can I pick it up again? I could probably pick it up again tomorrow morning, but I think the time zones would work out bad, so I think we'll call it my Monday night instead, which will be most people's Sunday morning. No, Sunday night? It's Monday morning. I've lost track of time zones. It's late, I'm sleepy. But I'll tweet about it. There will be a going live notification. But yeah, thank you everyone so much for hanging out. What the hell? It's so fun getting to stream. I am having the best time. And now that we've hit affiliate, we get lots of cool stuff. It's poggers. Let me have a quick little glance around on Twitch. See if there's anyone I know going live. What have we got? No one I know well. That's okay. I hope you guys have a wonderful day, night, week. Thank you so much for hanging out. Goodbye!